So, yeah, so it's been a while. I've been having some, I got the flu. I had some health issues. I think I got the flu or something. I don't know what it was. But I had a few days that was really weird. And then even yesterday, I felt like I had a fever, but apparently it's gone. So, I think I'm okay now. I don't know. It's been a little rough. But it's better now. So, yeah. You might have noticed some things that are a little bit different. Also, sorry for the delay starting up. I noticed my audio was cracking up again. And I'm like, okay, hold on. I'm just gonna like pin tasks to different CPUs and see if that makes it better. I think that made it better. So now I have another thing in my to-do list, which is write a daemon to automatically pin CPUs. Actually, does that even exist? Like, I want something that'll just like grep processes that are running and like apply CPU pinning policies. Based on things like all real-time threads go to these CPUs and all OBS threads go to these CPUs except the real-time ones and all the something like that. Does that exist? Surely something like that must exist somewhere. Anyway, yeah, we'll see. Hopefully it's smooth enough. I did some optimization on my stream machine since last time, and I actually overcooked it a little bit. So hopefully that's a little smoother now. Yeah, it's been a little longer than I expected since the last stream, but hopefully now we are a little bit getting back to normal. Why am I? Hold on. I'm like blinking too much. I don't know. I think the tracking... Oh, yeah. I probably should angle this up a little bit. Probably should push my tracking phone up a little bit. But anyway. It's also a different tracking phone because I actually found my tracking phone again. I've been using one of Cyan's because I couldn't find it. And then it finally popped up, so I'm using that one again. Yep, it's been a while. So hello, everyone. Let me say hi to everyone. Hello, at Cheshire? Wait, isn't it Cat Cheshire? Hello to Booba, hello Ali the Fox, hello, I can't read that, sorry. Hello Kananeko, hello Aki, hello Zantof, hello Salmon, hello Aitandeku, hello Shida, hello Heinrich Kites, hello Antonio Yuri, hello to Bliss, hello Mir, BPC, hello Comics. Hello, like Descendant, hello Funky Monkey, hello Topaz, I think that's everyone. Yeah, I'm gonna say hi to Cyan. Cyan is not here right now because she's actually, I think she's in another room, but she's leaving soon because she's gonna be hanging out with some friends. So, yeah, I closed the door so we wouldn't get noise here. The intention to get married, not yet. But yes, I changed my last name because reasons, and it's actually been the name Hoshino has actually been around in some form since almost 2 years ago. And I've been meaning to do something like this, and I was like, what name should I use? And eventually just decided on that one. And yeah, it's been a long time coming, so there you go. And yeah, I had to like hack up the intro video, and you might have noticed the stream design is a little bit different too. The colors are slightly different. Yeah. Alright. So what's going on today? I am working on the frame sharing stuff for Linux again. What I keep calling Spout2 for Linux, which is not actually Spout2 for Linux, but it's like Spout2 but better for Linux. And making Spout2 apps work on Linux. So that's the next thing I think I need to do is it's not write, it's more like hack up, extract an OBS plugin. Because so far I've been using the OBS screen capture source, but that relies on like the like the desktop screen selector stuff, and to bypass that I've been doing some horrible hacks. That's not practical, and it's kind of annoying, and you know, it's definitely not supposed to be like that in the long term. So I want to have my own plugin for OBS that is dedicated to the video sharing stuff. And that also means that I can make changes to the PipeWire implementation in OBS to do things that I wanted to do, because the existing code mostly works, but there are a few things that I would like to change. So this way I can experiment with those features and then probably eventually upstream them. Though there's a kind of some bike shitting going on with the frame capture stuff. So depending on how things go, it might be a while until this is, you know, unified into some magical upstream solution that doesn't require a plugin. But for now, there will be an external plugin dedicated to sharing video into OBS on Linux. So I think it's time to do that, which famous last words should not take very long, because it's basically taking the existing code inside OBS, pull it out into a plugin, and just make a few changes to it. So it's actually mostly removing code, not so more than adding code. But you know, famous last words. We'll see what actually happens. So I want to do that first today, so it gets a little less annoying to test things. And then I think the next step is going to be the Vulkan support for the frame sharing for lib funnel, which is what I'm calling it. Because I need that to support Godot applications, and that's going to be one of the major first users, a Godot plugin to use this, because there are definitely multiple Godot applications that would like to share video on Linux. So for that to work, we need a Vulkan backend, and then we'll see how that goes. So first, the OBS thing, to just get that out of the way and stop having to do horrible PipeWire command line hacks to make it work. And then let's work on the Vulkan stuff. And then once I have the Vulkan stuff, that also means I can plug this back into Wine, into the Spout2 bridge, and do things a little bit better, because until now I was using EGL, but actually, because this is interfacing with Spout2 applications running on DXVK, which runs on Vulkan, I'm actually only supposed to be using Vulkan to pull frames out of it. It kind of works by accident on GL, or sort of by, not guaranteed, but in practice it works. So yeah, the correct thing to do would be to use Vulkan. And that will also make sure that I can support multi-GPU without things completely breaking. So yeah, that will be the order of things, the order of I'm missing a word. Whatever, the order of operations today is going to be first the OBS plugin, then Vulkan support for lib funnel, and then see if we can plug it into the Spout2 sender. All right. I thought that I was looking into what it would look like to do something like Spout on Linux, and found out you were already doing it for a bit. Exciting, because I know. Okay, but you are thinking. Yeah, I mean, the underlying technology, as I said, I don't know if you saw the explanation on this, but I am actually not making the tech. I am packaging up the existing tech in ways that are convenient. Because the actual frame sharing stuff is just PipeWire. All that already exists, but I'm basically making a convenient way to use it on OBS and on applications, and the bridge for the Spout stuff. So, oh, my audio is crackling up again. Ah, why? Why are you doing this? I really need to... Why is it doing that? I really need to optimize my stream machine to handle the CPU stuff better. Actually, hold on. Can I at least turn off some... Disable some idle states, maybe? I don't know if that helps, but we'll see. Yeah, real-time stuff is complicated. Okay, hopefully the audio is not glitching out too bad on stream, so... Alright, let's get started. I think I have my stream machine here, and I think I didn't completely break everything. Should be fine. All right, let's go. So, oh, also, why do I always have the wine glass? I think like Cyan likes me using the wine glass. Let's not have a wine glass today. I'm not trying to get. Does it work? Yes. Okay, cool. So, let me sit down, get a nice posture. Posture, important, actually. And hydration. Get my chair properly set up, because this is going to be a few hours of coding. So there we go. No, it looks good. Okay, so first of all, the OBS stuff. I'm going to need. I think I don't. I should have it. Yeah, I should have a separate directory. I actually don't know how to write OBS plugins. So let's see if there is any documentation on like a. Is there any guide on writing plugins? Okay. So I know how to build OBS. That's not going to be a problem, but yeah. So this is all easy. I'm actually a OBS co-maintainer on Fedora, so this is not. Do I have OBS here? Yes. Actually, what OBS version do I have on this machine? I think this is Fedora 42. I haven't updated this yet. Oh, no, I only have one. 31.1.1. Oh, it's there. So I don't think I actually need this version though, because I should have the. I should have all the develop packages on Fedora, so all I really need is... oh, what was that? I just heard a really big glitch. Which sounds like one of those, like, electromagnetic interference, like something... Like some kind of spark or something? That was weird. Either that or... No, it's not that. Okay. I'm just looking for like Cyan's guitar DI input, because if that's flopping around, that would inject noise. But it's not like that. Oh, this upgraded OBS. Okay. Yes. I actually released that upgrade, so let's close it and start it over again. DroidCam OBS. Why is that even installed? I have no idea. Okay, fine. Is it gonna say that every time? Is that a thing? Why is that even installed? I have no idea. I guess it needs a rebuild with a new OBS. Whatever. Okay. Just gotta delete these screen capture sources because we don't need those. See, I don't think I actually need any of this. I think I can probably just steal oh, there we go. Plugin template, that's what I want. Okay, cool. And it's actually up to date. Excellent. So let's throw this in Git here. What? What just happened? I don't know if Cyan is doing something or what's going on. Hopefully we're good. So what are we gonna call this? This isn't lib funnel related strictly. It's more like PipeWire's video source. What are the existing source names? So we have video capture device PipeWire, screen capture PipeWire, and I guess it's really a PipeWire video source is what this is. So this is called OBS PW video. And I guess this uses CMake, which is fine. Okay. Yeah. We should have all that. What is this build spec JSON? What? Huh? Okay. I don't know if we even... This is not up to date, and we don't actually need... Okay, I have no idea what any of this is. I think it's just because they are setting it up so they can actually, like, pull the tags. This is for, like, building on... but none of this is going to build on Windows anyway. I don't think any of this matters. This is some stuff that they do so that it builds for Windows and macOS, but I don't actually care about any of that. And I'm definitely not using... Like, I don't know what this preset stuff is. I think I can just use regular CMake. I'm gonna throw this into user because otherwise OBS is probably not gonna find those plugins. Oh. And this should pull in everything I need. Okay. Oh, that's a lot of stuff. Oh, and it's upgrading things. Okay, I hope I didn't just break my kitty with... Hopefully not. These are minor cute version upgrades. And yeah, hopefully I don't need to like restart everything now. I should have updated this machine before doing this. Okay. Yeah, I get the feeling this build spec stuff is so that they have their own, like, you know, build environment set up for Windows and macOS and all that, and I don't care about any of that because Linux already has very nice, convenient build environments. And this is a Linux-only plugin. What is build spec? Is that a standard or is that a... Yeah, that's an OBS thing. So I'm guessing they have some OBS, some CMake stuff that pulls in from that. Yeah, from that stuff. But I don't care about any of that. Yeah, I see that works. So this is just gonna be standard CMake. I think I can just delete that file. Oh, actually not. Okay. So it does want to build spec JSON, but I bet I can just delete most of this stuff. At least I don't need any. At least I don't need any of this. Doesn't exist yet, but will eventually. Oh wow, it actually wants macOS on this. Okay, cool. So that actually works. And then I can probably just actually, is there a way to tell OBS to use a specific plugin directory so I don't have to keep copying this? Quick detour. There probably is a thing. Maybe an environment variable. Plugin path. OBS plugin path, it might just be one. Module bin and module data and oh .OBS plugin 64-bit. That's interesting. I guess that's for relative path. And then it says add default module paths. There's an environment. Okay, OBS plugins path. Yes. And is that... Does that work with... I think it works. Maybe, maybe not. OBS PW video. Is the audio actually glitching for everyone, or is it just me, like locally? It does like stutter for me sometimes, and that really bothers me. Maybe I should just increase my buffer size, but I'm gonna do that while running. Okay, maybe it's just me then. So it's not actually loading that. Okay, it's completely ignoring my environment variable. It wants both. Okay, that's why. But this plugin is not going to have any data anyway, so... there we go. Okay, it's doing that. Plugin loaded successfully. But I guess it's not a source, so it doesn't actually show up. But it did load it. Okay, good. Okay, so we can now run OBS with our plugin. And now... there's this plugin support.c, plugin name. Oh, it generates this, I think. Oh, this isn't build, yeah. Alright, so source, plugin main. Yeah, it makes sense. Okay, so this is just a module and it declares no sources or anything like that. So now I need to just pull out stuff from OBS Studio. And everything interesting should be in here. So Proton is what we're not using. So we take PipeWire and Linux PipeWire and I guess formats and copy those over. But I am going to open these files in case they have something useful. Someone's pinging me. Someone mentioning that the audio is not just me. Okay. Oh, that's a little bit unfortunate. But I don't know if I can do much about that because short of I think I want to move all the real-time threads to cores 12 through 15. Wonder if I can do that. Hold on, can I just I think I'm gonna write my silly CPU affinity thing. Give me 1 second. I might as well just develop it on this machine and then run it on the stream machine. Let's just make a shell script. So what I want to do is any thread that is real-time, push it. CPUs, actually. Because this is hyper-threaded, SNP. So real-time CPUs is 12 through 15. Disabled CPUs would be the counterparts to that. OBS CPUs, I'm giving OBS like I think it was what am I giving OBS? Six through 11, and then the hyper-threaded version of those would be 22 through 27. VTube Studio 4 through 5. I guess might as well give it the hyperthreads of those. And that does a full match, so And just in case I am giving PipeWire and Wire Plumber and all those things, all the CPUs on there, besides just the real-time threads. Let's see if this is any good. Yeah, do that. So disable the unused CPUs, and then oh, I think it does like a weird submatch or something. Okay. Yeah, this is a weird hack I used to get Video Studio to run multiple instances. OBS procs, just anything with OBS in the name. And I think for BTS, I probably want to move some other wine stuff over too, but I'm not sure if any of it matters. And then I guess first I want to move everything off of the real-time CPUs that isn't. I guess that should probably be done system-wide though, but I don't want to restart everything now, so how do I look for this? Proc. How did I do that? I guess I have to use task set dash P. I guess easiest is to just Just do everything twice, I guess. What's going on? What is that? Are you hearing that? That's not... Huh? What is going on? Okay, that was weird. Did you hear that? I have no idea what that was. Did you hear that? That was really weird. I don't know if you heard that. There was like a really weird audio glitching. And it was like only in my headphones, so. Wow, we're in like weird, like paranormal territory now. What was that? That was like a really weird, like, it was almost like a bit crash effect on the audio. I don't know if it went out. I guess it didn't go out the stream, but nobody heard that. Wow, that was weird. Maybe it was only on the... I think that maybe that was only maybe that was something local. No, but it was like modulating the sound that I was. Okay, I don't know. That was so weird. I'm out of ideas. Ah, weird. Spooky. Okay. So first disable the other CPUs. Then I wanted this task set every single So move everything to the non-real-time CPUs. Actually, move everything to the... You know what? Move everything to CPU 0 to 3. That way we dedicate everything. And then, So put Video Studio on those, and then put OBS on those, and then put real time processes on those, and then actually look for all real-time tasks. Which, how do I do that? For example, anything with a shed policy that isn't 0, I think, is real time. But actually, I don't want there's key in real time. I don't care about those. That would be 1911. I think anything with a policy of 1 is what I would call real time. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think that should work. Okay, this might work. Let's see if this does what I want. My stream might completely crash if I totally mess up my my CPU stuff now, so let's see. It's taking a while. And that's not... seems to not be working. Oh, sudo for one. Huh? Oh, it's online, sorry. And the base CPUs, I need to ignore those because that doesn't do it. Okay, there we go. And that did not work. Needs that. That's not working. Shed. J-shed. What is 101? Ah, some kernel stuff. Okay. Okay, I think that might actually have worked. How does my CPU look now? Now it looks a little better. We have VTS on 4 through 5 and 20 to 21, and then OBS on 6 through 11. Looks kind of reasonable. I think that might have actually helped. Not entirely sure. I'm still seeing some jumps in TSP load though. We'll see if that helped. Anyway, I tried. I tried. At least OBS is happy with the rendering, so... Alright, now we're actually back to work. If this doesn't work, I'll have to investigate more of the real-time stuff. So, back to my plugin. I think it's still glitching, but... So I think this is, this is the module, PipeWire main. So we're gonna just replace this. Plugin main with Linux PipeWire. What is glad load GL? I do not know what glad load GL is. Why do we even need that? Is that just like the GL API? But why are only a few things using that? Why is this even... Like, nothing's actually using that. Is it just because it needs a certain... It probably wants certain GL APIs? It's just like a GL extension loader, I guess. That's not included though. So I think I probably want to just not do that and do it manually. So this is doing PW init null null, which is gonna share the PipeWire context with... Actually, no, that doesn't matter. Yeah, that one was generic. I can just do that. And then it does the screencast portal load, which is for the... screencasting, so I need to have a... Yeah, this is what actually does the source. So I can probably just throw this in here. And we don't need any of that. Yes, I'm gonna just steal a lot of the source stuff from the portal because that's just the OBS side. PipeWire video source. Actually, what is the camera one called? That's camera source, I think so. Input video, not obsolete. Okay. Replace all that. PipeWire video capture. So no, no cursor stuff for this one, and no restore token because that's not used. What's this OBS portal capture type monitor? Ah, that's just okay. That's just a type. We don't need a type, so just source. And we need a little structure for that. No type. Oh, we don't need any of the G stuff. No session, no restore token. We do need a source, a settings, a PipeWire node, no cursor visible, an actual PipeWire stream. That makes sense. Okay. So I am just extracting out the OBS PipeWire video source into something that is generic and not tied to window or screen capture, so we can use it for other stuff. Yeah, so this is all the portal stuff we don't care about, so we're gonna just comment that out. And that's window, I guess. Okay. No session handle, no restore token. And then I think I'm a little worried about the symbol visibility here. So all the static stuff is fine, but I definitely want to hide those symbols away. Not C++. Okay, so this is actually doing visibility hidden by default. What just happened? I don't know. This might already be doing the right thing. Ah, because it's using module export, and module export does export, and export is what? Ah, okay, it does do the visibility to default. Okay, yes, so that is what I want. So as long as this is okay, cool, yeah, so it's gonna be fine then. Now I need to rename anything. Because this is duplicating code that is already in OBS, so I want to make sure that we're not clashing on the symbols, but it looks like that's already done very nicely on the OBS side, so we don't have to worry about it. So plugin main. Yeah, so none of this G stuff. No save. Nothing on good defaults for now. Eventually, I want to have like a source selector on the PipeWire side, but we don't necessarily need to do that right now. For a first pass, get properties. Yes, just give it a empty like that. Capture update. No show cursor. Show, hide, get width, get height, video render. Yep, it's all passing through the PipeWire side, so. Okay, cool. Now let's see if I can compile this. So probably need to add. Just PipeWire.c. This goes away. All right. So I need to link with PipeWire. I can probably steal some of this from CMake lists here. I'm definitely gonna need libdrm for some stuff. Yeah, just steal these things. There's a find PipeWire. I guess I can just steal that. Getting somewhere. Yeah, so no GIO. And we need PipeWire.h there. And hopefully not glad. We'll see what that breaks. It really wants all the unused parameters to be declared. Can I get the LSP to work? Well, here, that would be nice. I think, huh? Really? Okay, that's weird. There we go. That's what I want. Ah, this might be better now. Okay, streams. Yes. This is adding the OBS PW stream, but there's only ever going to be one. So we don't need that anymore. Because I think this is initializing a whole OBS PipeWire thing for every source. Yeah, because this connects to the... Oh, it's because... No, yeah, yeah, that's why, okay. So it's using a separate PipeWire connection for every single source because of the whole file descriptor nonsense that it does. We don't have to do that, but... we don't have to do that, but it will make life easier with the current code. So let's do it like that. Actually, does OBS do... Like, what is the list primitive that OBS uses even? I don't even know, actually. I think PipeWire has a list primitive though, but it was a little weird. Yes, this is for sharing video feeds between apps. Yeah, I guess it's PA list. I guess I could use that. I guess might as well do that, I guess. And it needs a link on for those. Okay. I think we're going to use this safe PT. And then remove and destroy, and I guess consume is the same thing. Yeah, consume p streams link. And then remove it, and then stream destroy. Yeah, I think that works. Okay, gclear pointer. What is this gclear pointer thing? I think this calls the destroy and then clears it. Yeah, it's just sugar for this. Okay, GLU int, texture, we need GL stuff. More gclear pointer. And there's no cursor anymore, so we can get rid of that. I wrote this comment. I remember that. I wrote this comment. You know what? I'm gonna leave the cursor code in here because even though we're not gonna use it, I don't want to deviate from the upstream PipeWire code too much because I'm probably gonna upstream some of these changes. Where? Incomplete type OBS PipeWire stream. Why? Why? Why is this a forward declaration? If we are including PipeWire.h, is this the wrong PipeWire.h? I feel like this PipeWire.h is not pulling in the right file. What was that? Oh, it completes. Stream. Okay, how do I turn off the silly flags? Build type rail with no debug. Let's just build this as debug. Still complains. I don't want W error. I don't want W error! Where's it coming from? CMake compile warning as error. I don't have that anymore. Ah, it's in the libobs package config. Okay, fine. Oh no, it still wants that. No, it doesn't have it. Where's that coming from? Where's that coming from? Ah, there's okay, I get it. There's a thing here. But we're not using any of these presets. Ah, wait, hold on. It sets it as on, okay. I can update it like this, okay. No? Wait, what's this on in it? Do I need to set this as bool? No. Oh, no, it is okay. Unused variable. Okay, that one is... Wait, no, it's just warning, though. Oh, no, this is warning. Okay, it's fine now. Okay, it's fine now. PipeWire video capture info. Fucking main, okay. Okay. That's this. I think for this one we just remove. Wonder if anything else is doing the right thing here. Oh, that was weird. Is there another helper for this we can use? Nah, it's just that G-clear pointer thing. Although, if it takes null, at least I can avoid the check. Yeah, it does take null, so... Okay, so what's going on with this offset off in obvious PipeWire stream? Why is this a forward declaration? If this is a type def, this is something weird with the includes. Oh, because that's not a struct. Ah, I'm dumb. Okay, now that makes sense. And then what's going on here? An SPA list append? List item. That. Okay. Okay, now it compiles. And if I run it, failed to load, okay. Ah, because I'm missing the formats.c. Formats? Okay, now it works. But I still don't have the PipeWire source in here. Did we not declare the PipeWire video load? No, we didn't do that. Okay. PipeWire video capture. Okay, there we go. And that just shows up like that. But we haven't initialized PipeWire yet, so that's just empty. Okay, I'm gonna take a very quick break. I'll be right back. I'm back. Okay, so the next part is going to be actually initializing PipeWire, and that's pretty much all we need to do actually. This part, here. In create, yeah, on PipeWire remote open callback. So this is where you want to do all this stuff. PipeWire connect system. Connect system. Actually, I think I can just use -1 here and then PW context connect. Not Rust. Yeah, just do a connect without an FD. That's actually kind of wrong. The FD could be a 0. Should be using -1 there. And it's called connect. So that will give us the PipeWire connection. And if the connection fails, just destroy it, I guess. I don't know if this actually is allowed, but we'll see. It should kind of work, I think. And then connect stream will be just like create stream. Because there's no PipeWire node. Movie, music, camera, screen, game, notify, just being production, accessibility test. Okay. I think we just. I mean, it's kind of generic, so. I just make something up. Actually, Stream Connect, I think is not... How did this work? I know I'm supposed to use this, but I think we just passed something. I just call SPI ID invalid, so actually I can just use that. And ignore all this. So stream, connect, source, PipeWire now, connect info, okay. Cool, this might actually just work now. PipeWire video capture, and did it show up? Doesn't look like it. Error creating PipeWire core bad file descriptor. Did I not do that right? Oh, sorry. Just connect on this one. Wait, what just happened? Oh, that doesn't make sense. Okay. Okay, no target not available. That might be okay because here's OBS Studio. So does this actually work? There it is, it works! That was easy. That was pretty easy. So now we have to mess with all the weird PipeWire. Wait, why is it transform? Why is it there? Oh, it is there. Okay, sorry. The color sources were not supposed to be. Okay, there we go. Okay, so that's good. The only issue is I don't know why this... Wait, what's that error thing? No target out of... Oh. Oh, this is because... Oh, this is my... Okay, that's funny. That's my like taskbar thing. No target node of it. Okay, that's. I wonder what call is causing that. Probably there's something trying to get info on the connection. Or something else. Okay, no, I think the PipeWire, I think the node, something is probably querying the node, and I didn't notice. So this only gets called through connect, and okay, so I want to know what's the difference between the sync and async stuff. Oh, that's because it's using RAM. Okay, so okay, so the audio is really glitching. Why? Can I just change the PipeWire buffer size and not crash anything? I might. If this Okay, I think we're back. Okay. I think we're back. Yeah. Actually, increased buffer size is not that bad. It's I can feel the latency a little bit, but hopefully it's not too bad. Okay. Still need to figure out what's going on with the real time though, because it really should not be glitching this bad. Oh, I just realized there's a bug in my CPU affinity thing. That might have been why. Nice time to notice that. Maybe it's better now. Okay. Hopefully it won't be too bad. Actually, you know what? I don't actually need the monitoring too bad for this one, so... Alright, we're back. So what's going on with this error? I don't know where this error is coming from. No target node available. I am using RT-Kit, but some stuff is just weird sometimes. OBS has a really broken jack source that doesn't respect real time properly, so there's issues. So I don't know what this is doing. I don't know what causes that. This is gonna take a while now. Yeah, I think at least it's more stable now than before the buffer increase. And the video should be better now too. Okay. I hate how this debugging for stuff always takes forever. Like, could they at least parallelize the downloads or something? That would be nice. Like, why is it downloading Samba? This this dependency hell? Where's the PipeWire debug stuff? I think just set it to like 4 or 5. So one of the things I want to do with this plugin is that right now the plugin is how to put this? Right now the timing is OBS expects this source to drive the video timing, so you know, send new frames whenever it wants to. However, Spout2 does not actually provide frame synchronization. So for Spout2, I don't know when the frame updates, other than like polling, which I think even that doesn't work properly. So what I actually need to do for Spout2 is I want to turn the OBS side into the driver for the video transfer. So OBS renders a frame, and when it renders a frame, it asks for a new frame from PipeWire, and PipeWire provides it. That means that, and I probably should make sure I have at least like a 1-frame buffer so it doesn't add latency into OBS. But what that means is that I need to flip around the way the timing is driven in the PipeWire stuff. So that's one reason why I want to have my own plugin for OBS, is add support for that. Because my PipeWire bridge is going to have to use that mode so that when OBS needs a new frame, it asks my PipeWire bridge for a new frame, and then it does the copying from Spout2, and that's basically what makes it equivalent to the to like a native Spout2 plugin. The only thing is, and I'm thinking about this now, can I avoid a copy? No, I can't avoid a copy. On the Windows Spout2 plugin, I think it would just... Would it just render the Spout2? No, I don't know if it renders the Spout2 thing or does an extra copy. But I need at least an extra copy to grab from Spout2 to a buffer that OBS can render, and then it would be rendered into the frame. So there's going to be at least one copy there. Hey, Zanet, welcome to Team Lina. Thank you so much for joining. Oh no, now the OBS browser dependencies. And now the PipeWire dependencies, and I think it got there, okay. What's the backtrace? Okay, literally just loop. I think I need more PipeWire debug on that. What is this? ID2, bound 377. A driver ID 377. Is it because we have no driver? No, that's just the source. This is in sequence 9. Sorry, debug. Actually. It's still getting sequence 9, which I'm not even sure if that makes any sense. The ID argument is the proxy where it occurred, ID2. Commercial error. Oh, is it because? I know. No. I know. I get it. I got it. Because it has auto connect set, and we're not passing a node, so of course it's not. We can't auto connect. It's Wire Plumber complaining that it doesn't know where to connect this, and so every time another source shows up, it tries to, where's, no, I want this info. What's the flags? Flags. Wait, it's not, what? It is PW stream flags. It's Wire Plumber complaining that it doesn't know where to plug this node in. And the PipeWire node is not equal to... Autocomplete is being very useless here. Autoconnect. And something tells me the types are wrong here. The ID is supposed to be a Unit 32 too, okay. That makes sense. Okay, and now, yeah, none of that anymore. And if I just run the funnel stuff, cool. And then I connect it to OBS, and it works. And then what I can do is edit this. It's pinned, okay. Activate, and then it, oh, that's fun. So autoconnect works, but sometimes it doesn't. Ooh, interesting. So sometimes it doesn't like it. So there is a bug in my library. Sometimes. Bring a race condition. Okay, let's see if I can catch it, because this failed in line 303. And stream in queue. Possibly because the streams... Is it because they were renegotiated? Oh no, I think that's the... I think that's actually a known issue. Like a known... Yeah, e-stale. E-stale was normal. Okay, so this is actually expected. E-stale just means the buffer was renegotiated, so it's stale, so that is fine. So this works. Now I need the thing where I want OBS to drive the timing. So for that I'm going to need... Now we're moving on from the OBS stuff, which I think I can just leave this like... Actually, I can just leave a... Open preview projector, new window. Make this a tiny new window, keep it somewhere so we can see it. On top of my head. You can see that it still works. So the next thing I need to do is have an API. Actually, let's put this here. An API so that we can tell LibFunnel that we want to like wait for a buffer to be available. And actually, this is racy because we could wait for a buffer and then have it renegotiate and then dequeue. So, probably just an argument of like, wait. So in test.dl here, we just do a... Oh, I'm going to remove set buffers, by the way, because I think... that's a little too advanced, and most of the time you don't actually want... that to be specified, so... Like, whenever we have a reason to... configure the number of buffers, we will, but I think by default we want something like... I was thinking about this before. It depends on how you do the buffering, but normally you want like one buffer to be in flight at one side. So if there is... The buffer is intent in one process cycle, you can get away with one buffer. But for asynchronous usage, that does not work. Not well anyway, so you usually want a minimum of 2. And a maximum of 3, so I think we're just going to leave this default in here. So, and then DQ, we use true for wait for a buffer. What did I call it? Block. Blocking. So then the tricky thing here is that what we actually want to do is use the loop signaling stuff, which I noticed. This also is using, so thread loop signal. If blocking, then we call PW thread loop wait. It's an internal call, right? If not blocking, unlock return 0. And then we need to call PW thread loop signal in the process call. And no wait for accept. So now that means that it will actually wait for buffers to be available. So if I do ninja, and I hide the OBS source, you get stuck there, which is what I want. And now the next bit is actually making OBS drive the graph here. Because right now the FPS is a little weird, right? So to test the FPS stuff, what I'm going to do is change OBS so the FPS is 30. And however, this is still running every 60. Why? Because OBS is not synchronizing the PipeWire buffer stuff to the drawing, which is what I want. I wanted to actually synchronize it. So that has to do with which side of the graph is the driver. Another thing that I need to make sure is that my test EGL is not waiting for VSync. How do I disable VSync here? EGL swap interval, okay. That's what I need. I'm gonna set it to 0. So we want to disable VSync. And actually, let's have a bool flag for this stuff here. So if doing it, if so EGL sub interval, EGL display, and if we are the driver, then the font is 1, otherwise 0. And then if we are the driver, we don't wait, otherwise we do wait. Okay, so now we have that. If we are the driver, not like that. Oh, interesting. If we are the driver, OBS didn't like that. Why? So now if you're the driver, actually, OBS is somehow only pulling frames every second one. Why? Wait, why did that break OBS? Is it because of the buffer count? Oh, that is interesting. Oh, that did not work. Why? Oh, because the plugin. Okay, yeah. Try it like that. Huh. Is it the set buffers? It has to be. That's the only thing that changed. I set to 3 to 4. Oh, because with 2 buffers by default, it's not gonna be enough. That's the only difference, right? No. Is it just because I set the rate to 30? No. It is connected. Huh. Okay, let me just stash real quick, make sure. Okay, so now it works. So what's the difference? The difference is we disabled buffers. We added the thread loop signal. Oh, sorry. I'm silly. I'm silly. I'm silly. I'm silly. Okay, yeah, that works now. So, okay, so now the but not the driver, now it runs synchronized. Now the other interesting thing is if we are the driver, yeah, okay, so if we're not the driver, it would run as fast as possible if it didn't have OBS running there. So now OBS, set this to 30. And it's still doing that because OBS is running the because this process stuff is getting called probably by my timer code here. Enable timeouts, right? So I have this hard-coded thing. So if I make it faster, yeah, see, it goes much faster. So this is being driven by this timer code, which is not ideal. So what I want is a set rate. I want set rate to declare the rate at which we update the stream. So let's make a flag in the stream so that we can keep track of whether we have to enable timeouts when we update things. So on the stream here, internal. Timeouts active. We call update timeouts. False. Update timeouts. Update timeouts. Timeouts active. And then I want to use the stream config, probably the current stream config. So is there a convenience function to convert this to a TV in sec? I bet PipeWire has something. I guess I can just do it manually anyway. Maybe not. Okay, let's just use that then. And sec equals stream cur dot dot. Where's the rate? Oh, we didn't store the rate. Yeah, it is. Wait, it is cur rate. Cur config rate. Okay. Is this specified as an interval or as an FPS? it's a rate. Okay. I think that should be fine. Okay. Okay. So, that'll give us at least a default rate, which means this will work at 60 FPS. Oh, this shouldn't be rate def. It should be whatever is negotiated, but how do I get that? You can do this like this. Does that complete something? No. Oh, so we do have video format. Video format. Does this have a rate? It does have, okay. Frame rate. Yes. Okay, undo all this. Undo, undo, undo. It's not config, it's just video format frame rate. So now what it actually did is a default. Okay, it gets default because it doesn't know what to do. If the other site specified a rate, it would probably do that. So now in testcgl, if we were to set a rate here, just with funnel fraction. Still goes for default rate. Okay, that's interesting. I would have expected it to actually use that. So funnel testcgl here is it did set the max frame rate, but not frame rate. I think we want to set frame rate to the default. Probably. Ooh, that's interesting. It does not like that connection. Why does it not like that connection? It does not like that connection. Oh, that's not the right frame rate. Because it shouldn't be and. Okay, now it's yes. Now it's doing 30 because the default is 30. So if I do 120, it's going much faster. Yeah, so this is now the sort of recommended rate, and now the OBS side is not doing anything with its own rate. So how do we want to set the API for this? The rate is basically giving it a range of valid rates. What is OBS doing on its own side? OBS doesn't set anything about rates. No, it does. Default 30, min 0, max. Okay, yeah. So OBS is actually setting the default to 30. Which is what we want. We wanted to at least negotiate 30 when we don't have anything. So, so if we set it to variable, why is this doing 60? Why is PipeWire not negotiating a rate of 30? I think this might just not work properly. interesting glitch. I never figured out how how PipeWire negotiates the rates actually. Final here is setting frame rate to 0, 1, max frame rate, everything on set. And then the actual frame rate that gets set is just 0. OBS has frame rate set to default 30 and then min max. And then again the format is 0. What is OBS doing in PipeWire? Yeah, so this is actually setting the frame rate. So the frame rate is not forced, it just sets it to those 3. And then... this is this format video frame rate. We are using... max frame rate. I'm not sure if that even makes any sense. And we're back to PipeWire not really being very well documented. So if I just set both to a choice, frame rate, is it gonna do something about it? Now I did a 30. Does max frame rate even do anything? And now it's not updating, which that is a bug on the OBS side. Oh, assertion. Oh, okay, so it wasn't these still. What was the buffer then? Interesting. Yes, this is another little bug here where the frame rate is not updated for OBS. Okay. Oh, there we go. Error, no, 22 is invalid argument. Oh, if we don't have a stream? But we do have a stream. I don't think that error makes any sense. When can this return E and val? Try to queue cleared buffer too. Okay. So it's probably the same problem. Where is that? Huh? Ah, that's a new error. Okay. I think that means that the buffers were reset, but we didn't free them. So my code there is probably broken. Possibly even like a use after free or something. Yeah, so use buffers is clearing out of the buffers. I think we probably have a bug there. it does remove the buffer and then re-adds the same buffers. But it gets a buffer after that. Yeah, it's dequeuing it and enqueuing it, so why would it return that? Is that a bug in PipeWire? I think this is a bug in PipeWire. Because if we are dequeuing a buffer, and it's the same buffer. What can change the flags? I think I need more debug here in case there's something else. No, literally nothing happens in between those two things. Unless this is literally like a bug. This is PipeWire 149. No, it's in there. How is it possible that the flags? Do I have a memory safety issue here? How is this possible? That is very slow. I think it's because of the debug info stuff. Ah, okay, there's some... Ooh, that was interesting. Final C914. Oh, did I not initialize the user? Okay, yeah. Okay, that's possibly part of the issue. But not the only issue. Okay, so now let's just run Valgrind without the other debug. And... Okay, Valgrind says this is happy. Ah, and then after that... Oh no, that's just a crash. Okay, so it's not a memory safety issue. Okay, let's add a bit more debug around the buffers. Add buffer, PW buffer. Mm. No vagrant. B730. 1C8. Yeah, that is 1C8. So how is the buffer not? Okay, I need a break on stream DQ and stream NQ. OBS and then stop that. Break on NQ and DQ. Continue. Run OBS again. Okay, so it's... Oh, wait. It didn't break on DQ? We're a container of flags is 4. Which is buffer added. Oh, wait, hold on. We dequeue the buffer and then we wait. Okay. Okay, it was that. And the reason it was that is because it's blocking, which means it was doing a wait even when it got a buffer. which means it was unlocking the thread, and then possibly, and then it would renegotiate. The buffer gets provisioned, but it's the same buffer. So yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, okay. It was waiting even when it got a buffer. And by then the buffer was invalid, okay. So yes, memory safety issue at the end of the day. Yay for C. Because what it's supposed to do is, yeah, okay, yeah. Memory safety, basically the lock, this locking stuff with DQ'd here was not happening right. So. Now that that is fixed. Next thing, I want to fix that OBS not negotiating the... Ooh, that was weird. Something is unhappy there. I don't know whose fault that is, because I swear I've seen OBS do weird stuff with... Let me set this at 10 FPS. That actually looks like a GPU synchronization issue. So this is supposed to be using implicit sync right now. Am I doing that right? I might just not be doing that right. I do actually have flush. Isn't that supposed to do implicit sync, right? And this is AMD, so it's not NVIDIA broken implicit sync stuff. Is OBS doing the implicit sync stuff right? I mean, it's supposed to be implicit sync, right? So it's supposed to... like, not wait, but just make sure the work is submitted and the fence is done right. Because doesn't GeoFinish actually wait for everything? Yeah, GeoFinish is supposed to actually block for completion, which is not what I want. If I do a GeoFinish, it'll probably work. But that's not what I want. Yeah. So is OBS not doing this right? OBS? This might be OBS doing implicit sync wrong. So what OBS is doing is when it gets a frame... Okay, it processes video sync. It finds, okay, it just dumps all the buffers out, which is already weird. And, enters graphics. Oh, well, yeah. Doesn't OBS need a GL finish here? Because then what this is doing is that, depending on the number of... Yeah, this probably works in OBS most of the time because the compositors probably default to having more buffers, and then it doesn't actually need to use a GL finish here because the extra in-flight buffer would make sure it never gets overwritten too early. Or it depends on the... Yeah, okay, I see how this normally works. OBS bug! This needs a GL flush here. And not a GL flush because, yeah, OBS uses an abstraction, so, and it's doing the sync point stuff there. Actually, when is... How does sync point stuff work here? Sync timeline, then it does... Hold on, so this is actually just... grabbing the timeline. It grabs the texture. Oh no, I think it's not even copying anything. Oh, that's bad. That's bad. Oh, that's bad! You shouldn't be queuing the buffer here. It shouldn't be queuing the buffer here at all. It needs to queue the buffer. Yeah, it needs to queue the buffer only when it has drawn it. Yeah, this is just broken. See, I knew this code was gonna have all kinds of bugs. And that's why I wanted to make my own plugin. See, in render here, it does use the sync points and stuff, right? But that, yeah, since the buffer is already getting passed around, that does not make sense. And if there's no sync, it needs to use a... It needs to GL flush here. Is it just GS flush? I think it's just GS flush. Yeah. Okay, so sync create. Sync create. EGO create sync and then flush? Is that right order? Is that even the right order? Shouldn't it be flush and then create a sync point? Okay, that does insert a fence command. Okay, that makes sense. So that inserts a fence and then flushes, which means the fence is valid. Yeah, so that's fine. And actually, because it's doing that, there's the GL flush that it needs, right? So, so this needs to go. Don't have the implicit sync stuff there. And then the thing is, we need to make sure the buffer is not actually returned until that happens. So when does process video sync get called? It gets called. Oh, and the process callback. Okay. Yeah. So then that needs to just hold on to the buffer. That needs to just hold on to the buffer. Which means the minimum number of buffers is basically 3 because we need to be able to... Oh, no, 2 might work. You send them around, yeah. Because each side can hold on to 1 buffer. Oh, no, because one is drawing, it needs to have at least 3. So parent buffers here, actually, no. That is fine. What we need to do is hold on to the last buffer in the process callback, and then while drawing, lock PipeWire, which will make sure that it can never run another process callback. So that means that there's always 1 buffer we are dequeuing, and then as long as the stream, if it's the process callback, is the order is producer to consumer. So as long as the number of buffers is at least 2, the producer is asynchronously producing 1. 1 has been sent to the no, when it finishes producing, it sends it to the consumer. It can be queued. So there's 1 in queue, 1 being produced, and so it needs the 3. It needs 3 buffers. So then, first of all, this funnel should be doing 3 buffers by default. Yeah, default 3, main 2, which would mean that it can like stutter a bit if it ends up with that. It's just like max 4, and then so the only thing is, I don't know what negotiates the number of buffers. What does mutter do? Oh, it does like a huge number. Okay. Yeah, that does. Okay, mutter has like a huge number, and I know Katie has at least 3 by default, so it should be fine. Yes, it should be fine. Okay. Yeah, so this is to grab the buffer here and current buffer. So we delay by 1. And then current buffer. And then in the destroy callback or whatever, renegotiate format. Parent change callback. Okay, so we need to like remove the buffer there. So the buffers are allocated by the sender. So how does the receiver know when a buffer has been destroyed in the middle of Where's the callbacks? Probably need a buffers callback here. I think add buffer and remove buffer are probably callable. Yeah, it does call add buffer. So on remove buffer, we just clear it out, and then we need to lock the thread while drawing. And that did not work. Because I did not return the buffer here. I didn't return the buffer somewhere. Card buffer. Actually, that's even racy, like, implicitly, because the buffer isn't being locked when it uses the texture. I think there's a giant race condition here. Yeah, there's a race condition here because this is using the texture without locking the PipeWire side. And the texture just gets replaced here in the process video sync. How does this even work? That's like a huge race condition here. Yeah, that's a big race condition here. How does this even work? Okay, so if we have a current buffer, then grab that there. And then we need to do the unused thing if it's not used. Oh, no, the lock is here. It's an OBS Leap graphics. Okay, so it is synchronized. This is what's stopping. Okay, yeah. So it is there's a graphics lock, and that's what is preventing this race condition. So that's fine. But the problem is we're returning the buffers. So in that case, we don't need to lock the main thread. This graphics lock is going to do the right thing. Hey, Sayonara, thank you so much! Wishing you happy holidays. Thank you so much. Okay, so that is the proper lock, and then on the PipeWire graphics side here, when it draws, it will do the sync object thing. So we don't need to thread loop lock because the graphics lock is going to take care of that. However, we do need to tell buffer used equals true. So if we have a current buffer, if buffer used, cue it. Else, we do the return unused buffer thing. And then get rid of it. So then we find latest buffer. And set it to car buff and buffer used. Set that to false. And so then in the drawing function, which is, where is it? Here. We're checking for texture. Assert that we actually have a buffer, which we really should. Don't need that anymore. Okay, now it's working, but it's dropping frames, probably because we don't have enough buffers for this to actually... But at least it's not doing the jumping backwards thing that I was doing before. So I think that negotiated 3 buffers. Do we want... Can I force this to do 4? Is that going to help? Ooh. Assert no buffer. Ah, because the buffer was freed, okay. Yeah, so that's fine. That happens on renegotiation. Then at that point the buffer is invalid, so we don't have to do that anymore. And that also means that when we set curve buff to null in the free function, well, that doesn't matter because it's just empty anyway. Okay. Oh, this might be normal just because of the process function. Yeah, this might be normal just because it's trying to sync to the same FPS. So you get like jitter. It's because OBS is doing that thing where it pulls the latest buffer. So depending on the, there's like a little racy thing there. But it shouldn't be doing that because... Well, no, it might, yeah, because the rendering is running in a separate thread. Oh, now it's better. Aha! Yeah, it's... I think it's one of those, like, stutter things. Yeah, so when this is, let's print the DQ stuff here. What happens if I do a lot of buffers? What rate did it negotiate? It negotiated 10 FPS. Okay, yeah, so the issue is that, we don't wait for the process callback until we're out of buffers. So if we are not if we are, let me think about this for a second. I think we always want to provide frames in the process callback. It's just a second. Okay, so because there's basically two cases: we're either driving or we're not driving. If we're driving here, then if we're driving, then we want to basically wait for a process callback. No, wait, sorry. We just grab a buffer and then we trigger a process when we queue the buffer. So in this case, we're not driving, which means I think I can keep a flag in the buffer to decide whether to do the drive. Yeah, this is. I've been thinking about this. I actually want to not enqueue the buffers directly. I want to like buffer them and only enqueue in the process callback. Yeah. Do I need to enqueue in the process callback? Not necessarily. So the way you want to do this nominally is on process. You want to give a buffer and get a buffer. I think I want at least a queue mode function so that depending on what you're doing, you want to either just send buffers as fast as possible or actually reduce latency. Nah, don't you mean I'm here already? I think this makes sense. So I can give it a number of a recommended number of buffers, and it'll determine whether you queue or not. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so this is all really subtle. So an internal here, okay. And I typoed the name. Okay, so yes, I am a Fedora maintainer. I do some Fedora stuff, including co-maintaining OBS and maintaining the OBS Ceph. Okay, so now what I want to do is if we are not queuing, then I just want to grab buffers in the process callback. If we are queuing, then actually, I think I want an extra thing in here. I probably want to have an extra mode where it's synchronous. But actually, no, I don't think that I can easily support that right now. Okay. This is getting weird. I remember I was thinking about this for a while and then I forgot. So what you basically want to do is if we are not queuing, you want to wait for the previously sent frame to be consumed. Do you want to do that? If we are driving... Okay, I need to write this down. Give me a sec. I'm going to take a very quick break and I'll be right back. And I need to sketch this out in some notes to make sense of it. Okay, be right back. So. Oh, sorry, yeah, for some reason my leg is really itchy. So, let's look at this, at the use cases from a high-level view. First of all, if both sides are running unlocked, if both sides are running like at their own rate, right? Then we have what we want to do is basically if both are drivers, right? In the sense of that they both have their own clock. Then what you want to do is the sender should just grab a buffer. Basically both are asynchronous, right? In theory. So, in this case, which is basically what OBS is already designed to handle for screen sharing, the graph driver should be the sender, because that is what is that's what's like calling the process callback, right? So what we actually would have is something like the sender would and then we need a minimum number of buffers. So I basically need we need a buffer. Actually, we need what you want for latency here is like 2 buffers, because the sender, if you only have 1 buffer, then you're gonna drop frames. So you have 2 buffers, right? So the sender will send a buffer, the receiver will receive it. So let's say we sound like the buffers are like let me show you a little timeline here. So buffer 1 is owned by the sender, and it's transferred there. And then the receiver can, can receive the buffer there. And the receiver can receive the buffer there. The most important case is where the sender and receiver have the same frame rate. So when they have the same frame rate, what can happen is that if the receiver tries to receive a buffer before and here we have the receiver and the buffer is free, right? If the receiver here owns the buffer, this blocks the sender. So I think we need at least 3 buffers in this case, so as to not block the sender. Or you could just drop frames. This is not a good way of thinking about it. Let me think. Essentially, the sender sends a buffer, the receiver grabs a buffer so the number of queued buffers would be 1 or 0. And if the sender is sending too quickly, then you want to have at least be able to have two. Yeah, you want to have a minimum of 2 buffers that are queued, like ready. Actually, exactly, a queue length of 2 for buffers that are queued. Because that means that let me think. So basically, you always want to be able to queue 1 more buffer, because then if there's if the sender is sending slightly, actually not even that. If the sender and receiver are sending at the same rate, then you can have jitter at the edge. If the sender sends a little early, it can end up sending a frame, and if we don't have a buffer for it, it would be dropped. Then the receiver tries to receive a buffer, and then that is actually the one that was just dropped. So then the next one is lost, or something like that. So basically, you want to be able to queue exactly 2 buffers between sender and receiver, max. No more than that for latency purposes. So the way this looks in PipeWire is that when the process callback is called, the sender is supposed to send a frame and the receiver is supposed to receive a frame. That means the buffering is essentially supposed to be handled by the receiver. So the receiver should be let me think. Yeah, because the driver in this case, the driver is going to be the sender. Just kind of the way this works, and the way OBS works right now. So the way that works is that OBS should be, if the sender is driving, which would be negotiated via PipeWire, then and this is the same use case as screen capture, so we want that. Then what OBS needs to do is, in the process callback, let me think. So the number of buffers doesn't matter other than for the purposes of the queuing. In the process callback, OBS should grab a buffer, and then it's going to draw. So that's going to be grabbed when the sender sends it, and then OBS is going to draw it whenever. If OBS, let me think. This is complicated, and my leg is really itchy. I don't know why. Let's see. I think this means OBS has to implement the queuing properly itself. So all the logic should happen in OBS. In OBS, process draw. If we get a buffer, we draw it. If we get if the buffer is late, then it's going to draw the same buffer again, or not draw anything actually. So this is a lost. But then if we get another buffer, if we get 2 of them, it should be lagging by 1 frame and drawing that one. Because that way, you should not be dropping this previous frame. It should only be dropping frames if it should only be dropping frames if there's at least 3 in the queue. Because then this will continue like this until, say, OBS is a little early on the next one, and you don't want to actually drop a frame there and have a jitter, right? Because then you could end up with GGDD, which is bad. So that means that when OBS runs the process callback, it should be grabbing the last frame. It should be checking if it has drawn a frame. If it does not have any frames queued, it should be grabbing the second to last frame and then keeping the next one. Otherwise, it just grabs the last. If there's only one, of course, it just grabs one. Okay, so that means the anti-jitter logic should be in OBS for the for starters. So in that case, we need to do that here. So what this is doing in it does find latest buffer. And then the other thing is about the async. What's this async versus sync thing? Async is grabbing the latest buffer and outputting video. Okay, so in this case, in the async case, we just want to grab the latest buffer because it's completely unsynchronized. However, in the sync case, we want to have the little buffering thing. So find latest buffer. Yeah, so if we have drawn the buffer, go back to this. If we have drawn the buffer, if you have the buffers queued already, we want to actually get up to 2. Keep 1. So we have current buffer and upcoming buffer. Even just next buff. So then in the buffer used, where did we use that for? I think I don't want to do this in find latest buffer. I just want to do this in the process callback. No, actually no, because we do want to get both. Yeah, so if we have a current buffer, I think we just want to do this as a separate function. If we have not drawn the current buffer, then we want to advance, drop it, and yeah, if we did not draw the buffer, let me think. If we did not draw the buffer, we want to just advance and draw the second latest one. But then when drawing, we're going to have more than one texture. Yeah, because in the process callback is the sender. So then we need to be able to queue two buffers with textures and everything. Yeah, okay, this needs to be done differently. Yeah, okay, we need a thing here. So we need the sync. Texture. Crop, transform cursor. Yeah, okay. Okay, so we take the buffer. Stream buffer. This is gonna be prepare sync buffer. So then we don't do any of this returning here. And we'll do that later. What we actually want is buffer, b buffer. Why don't you type def struct to use struct? Some of these are type def, but I'm just following the existing coding convention here. Okay, so pv buff is the buffer, and then pv texture is that, and then the destroy is not going to be here, so assert that everything is already cleared. so this stuff here has to happen here. And no car buff, no buffer used. This is PD. What is header used for? Yeah? Uh-huh. You want me food?
Yes.
Arigato. Thank you.
How is it going?
Working on stuff. Getting somewhere.
Going somewhere?
Somewhere.
Are you going to show me what you did?
Yeah, once
As
it
you
works.
promised. Once it works?
Yes.
I thought you want me to ask you.
Wait, this is... Isn't it backwards?
What's backwards? We use rice with forks?
It's not rice, this is pasta.
This says it's risotto.
No, it doesn't. What? This is... No, this is gratin, not risotto.
Gratin is
It's
not
pasta.
risotto?
No!
What's gratin?
Like... Gratin? Like... Pasta... You know...
Pasta?
Like... Grilled?
Grilled?
Like, not grilled, like...
Grilled?
Not grilled,
Like in a stick.
No, like,
Pasta barbecue?
like... You know, like in an oven?
Oven?
Like...
Ah. Grilled.
Not grilled, it's something else. I can't language right now.
Oh, explain your code.
Oh, this is the... I'm basically fixing a bunch of OBS code.
Buffer overflow?
The OBS code for handling like screen sharing on Linux is kind of broken, and I'm refactoring a bunch of stuff to make it, like not glitch.
Are you solving a race condition?
Kind of, yes. Not exactly a
I
race
knew you
condition,
would do
but
that.
like
I knew.
synchronization problems.
That's called race
Kind of, yes.
Okay. Do you need anything else? Refill water? Have you been
longer.
going to bathroom?
Yes.
How many times?
2.
Good.
When
When are you gonna be done?
I don't know, but I think I'm not gonna get to the next part after this. So I think once this frame pacing stuff works, I'm probably calling it a day and skip the whole Vulkan thing I wanted to do today. So
Oh,
it's a little harder than I expected. So
so 1 more hour?
something like that.
Mm.
No, actually, probably more than that. But let me eat first.
Look, we went to Shanghai Xiaolongbao and we saved you chocolate.
Oh,
Xiaolongbao.
sure.
And shrimp. Hi, chat, so fast. Look, your model is yummy.
Yum yum yum.
What language is this?
See.
Spa buffer. Like spa?
It means simple plugin architecture.
Simple plugin. So what does spa stand?
Simple plugin architecture?
No, like spa.
I don't know. What,
Salon.
I don't know what that stands for. I don't think that's an acronym.
Eh? simple partner of architecture.
Simple plugin architecture.
Oh, you have a block function? That's like your debug, isn't it?
Oh yeah, that's the obvious thing.
The red ones are your insertions?
No.
Like the red lines?
Oh no, it's just errors because I'm in the middle of refactoring this code, so it's all broken.
So-called. You are tracing.
No, I'm like moving code around a lot, so there's missing code and stuff. That's why it doesn't compile.
Let me see.
You don't know C?
I know C++.
I mean, it's close enough.
Console?
Kind of.
I'm really hungry.
I'm hungry.
Hi.
Arigato.
This is cold. This is the chocolate.
Yeah, sure.
That's the papaya. You can use your hand. I have wipes. The shallow ball is salty.
I see.
I thought of the wrong destination.
So? And? Why?
I don't know my home address.
Why haven't you fixed that yet?
I don't know. I don't know where to find. I can only find your address from the shared location.
You have a residence card.
I
It's
do?
written on there.
It is?
Yeah.
I don't know how to type it. But this time is closer to home.
Oh, so you improved.
Yes.
Okay.
You want water?
Yeah. We need some after this.
Do you mind if I just dilute this?
Oh, sure, go for it. Oh, we're out of water on that.
Oh. Yeah. What's your Do you want coffee? Not now, right?
Nah.
I'll get you some water.
Thank you.
Later.
Okay.
Okay. See you later. Bye.
Hi.
Bye, chat.
Ta-da. Okay, so moving this stuff on. Why is header even there? I guess only checking for corrupted on that one. Okay, so we don't use this function then. We just want to like move the buffers forward. So in process video sync, what we want to do is so then what I want to do is if stream buffers 0 dot buff, if we have a buffer on that one, present it. If it's not presented, return use buffer otherwise. Otherwise, just queue it. So that returns the 0th buffer. Actually, no. If we don't have a 0th buffer, then buff equals aux, and then break. ありがとう。Oh yes, PW stream, sorry. Buffers. So if we don't have a 0th buffer, then we just put it in there and we just say that we have put it in index 0. Else if we do have a 0th buffer, then if we also have a first buffer, we need to free the 0th buffer. 3% buffer 0. Yeah, so on process video, we want to make sure we have the latest 2 buffers. So that we don't need this index thing. And then set it to 1. And then this is what's this is gonna be done in the free callback. If pb.buff is a pointer, so if it's not presented, return unused. pb.buff. Otherwise, Q. FPB texture. Destroy texture. I think that's all we need to do for this one. Because that's the only thing that actually gets allocated is the textures. We don't do the graphics there anymore. Is this reentrant? If it's reentrant, we might as well just do it twice. Yeah, it is reentrant, okay. I think. Ah, it is recursive, okay. So then in the free buffer callback, and actually I want to do this outside, because if this is being called for some reason from outside the lock, then the buffer might be cleared out by the cleanup code. So on remove buffer, we just clear out the buffers like that, and then we need to check that on rendering and make sure we don't actually do anything. Okay, so then we enter graphics here so we can lock all this whole thing with the presentation. Actually, do we even need this find the most recent 2 buffers thing? I don't think we do, because on process, that process should be when 1 buffer is ready. So we should never have to grab 2 buffers here. It's just if it wasn't presented. Yeah, so I can actually just call the most recent buffer thing and then just always Q2. Yeah, I think that works. Because the process callback is supposed to be called for each whenever a buffer is ready. Yeah, so we can just grab a buffer there. What was the original code doing here? I want to check now. Yeah. Might as well log that out of buffers. So then here, if we don't have a buffer on the first one, put it in there and prepare it. Prepare sync buffer. Okay, so then what we do is, if it has been presented already, if obvious stream buffer 0 buff, and if we have a buffer, okay, so let me see if this makes sense. If we prepare it, it could be if it's an invalid buffer, we want to just return early on that. Yeah, so if it's invalid, we just fail. Oh, and then there's the metadata stuff, which is an update of the cursor. Oh, that's weird. So I guess if only the cursor moves, then that's a little tricky. Okay. So if it only has data, it's supposed to just be grabbing the cursor. Oh, and then we have to share all the other data. That's kind of problematic. How do I want to do this? This is because then I need to share all the buffer data. That's not the cursor. So we could have lost the buffer if it was reallocated. So if it's just presented, then we pop it off. Because then we don't want to free it until it rolls off the Okay, now we can return the buffers in the main thread, so we don't really need to do this unless we are dropping unpresented frames. So if it's presented, we can just assume the buffer is gone, I think. Unless, no, but we have the lock thing. We have the buffer can be removed at any time. And we're not locking graphics when we do that. I guess we might as well just lock graphics then when we do that. Yeah, because buffer returns don't have to lock the thread. The only other thing is that when we destroy, we want to make sure... Yeah, okay, that makes sense. So therefore it would be pop. So what we do is, if the current buffer, do I even need a prepared callback? I think I don't even need that. I think I just assume it's always prepared. So, if the next buffer has a buffer, okay, if we don't have a current buffer, no, okay. This is so subtle. If we have a buffer for the next one, and the next one doesn't have a texture, if the current one has a cursor texture, destroy the current one. then we just merge it. But then the tricky thing is the current buffer cannot be returned until... Oh, that's a little naughty, because then we can't actually return either buffer. Hold on, that's just a workaround for... Let me git blame this. Okay, then I don't think that cursor only update thing makes any sense. So why is that no buffer thing? Okay, how does the cursor thing work? Hold on. The cursor... The cursor bitmap, Okay, the cursor is never DMA buff. The cursor is always just whatever. So then we don't have to hold on to the PipeWire buffer if it's just a cursor update. Okay, so that makes it a little bit easier because we don't actually need to hold on to the buffer. So, pop present buffer. If the next buffer does not have a texture, it does have a cursor. This is a cursor only update. So we keep the buffer and just grab that. In that case, we actually can just not keep around the buffer for that one. Okay, so that makes more sense now. If it's a cursor only update, then we just move the cursor data over and return. So then if we need to check for a texture, and in this case, the current buffer should have well, it might not have a texture if it has been invalid. Okay, then we just need a busy flag, basically. Makes more sense than prepared. Yeah, just a busy flag. So in pop, we would, if cur busy, then the next one shouldn't be busy ever. And just return. Otherwise, we free the current buffer. If we have a texture, destroy it. If we have a cursor texture, destroy it. And then lock the thread loop. And if we have the current buffer, I need a presented flag here, which means that zeroth buffer was just presented, so we want to move it over. If it was not presented, return unused PW buffer. Otherwise, buff. Otherwise, queue it, and then And then do we even need to do this lock? No, because we just locked the against the graphics thread for that one. So we don't actually need that anymore because these functions can be called without locking the PipeWire stuff, and otherwise the graphics is going to be locked anyway, so we don't need that. Okay, so then when we process video, we grab a buffer and then we simply put it in the queue. So check if it's corrupt, otherwise enter graphics, and then basically just prepare a sync buffer. Buffer 0 is busy. Buffer 1 is busy. Log a debug there. This is a normal event if the source is faster than the sink. Oh, and then there's one more thing. When we draw a frame, we want to actually hold on to it if it's the only buffer. Boo, presented. We want to hold on to it if it's the only buffer. And then we don't need this argument anymore. We're going back to that. Just checking that. So pop percent buffer. Okay. This is really subtle. Prepare sync buffer. Okay, so we want to call this buffer. Pop percent buffer. And we don't want to return in that case. We want to actually just pop it out. So if buffer 0 has been presented, we pop present buffer. Then, if buffer 0 is busy and not presented, in this case, oh, actually, if they're both presented, and then in the cleanup code, I might as well also add this. Emma.
Hello. How's it going?
It's slowly making sense.
Slowly making
Slowly making sense.
Very
If it's not busy, then buffer is 0.
Can I borrow your sleeper?
Can you borrow my slipper?
Because I found the other year of
Oh, this one? You wanna fix it? Okay. Yeah?
Do you know where Nino?
No. Sorry.
Oh. I'm just gonna.
Okay, this makes sense. Okay, so then we have a buffer. Make sure we have a not busy buffer, and then prepare sync buffer. Is pw stream buffer. So you need to grab the PipeWire buffer into that. Yeah, and then this all goes away. So then, I also have to fix up process video async. Process video async is just grabbing the latest buffer. And calls prepare OBS frame. And then this doesn't call any of the, it doesn't use the any buffering stuff. Yeah, so this one doesn't do anything with the buffers. Yeah, so this is fine. It just stays the same. Process video sync. So it's PB. Okay, that makes sense. And then on the draw call, oh, and then we have cursor visible. What is connect info? That should just be a separate pool. And then transform value, that's in the present buffer and the draw video render. Okay, grab PV on that. If we don't have a buffer, return. I was just thinking, does it even make sense? Does a source get render called more than once? Because what I actually want to do is, what I'm actually trying to do is not necessarily pop a buffer and render, but rather OBS source. What I want is video tick. Video tick. And then actually this timeline sync object stuff is a little bit weird. Can you render multiple times? Because then I don't know how the... I guess, yeah, you can render multiple times and then the last render would be the... would set the sync stuff. Yeah, that makes sense. So this is pulling, like it's recursing for the first time it gets called, and then on video tick, it just sets it as not processed. So I guess tick is called after all the rendering is complete. Yeah, I think the tick runs before the render. So I guess on tick is when we actually pop the queue, except we don't actually want to do that unconditionally. What we do is basically just set a flag in this case and then do the okay, yeah. So here in PipeWire C, in the source, just get a new frame. And then in here, if it's a new frame, then we want to go through the buffers. So if PS PW stream new frame and we have a buffer. And specifically, if render gets called more than once, we don't want to render different things if the buffers, if a buffer right in between. So, if it's a new frame, if there's a new frame and we don't have another buffer, then we just keep it and until the next frame. If we don't have a buffer, then this was freed by PipeWire, so it's no longer valid, so just return. And then pretty much just do all this stuff. What's push rotation? And then we have the, okay, yeah. And actually, in this case, we probably want to sync on the video tick. Because it's only when we return the buffer that we have to do that. So when we return the buffer here, Actually, does OBS call just flush anywhere? I wonder. See, right there's something that flushes somewhere. Mm. I want to know how the preview scene works. calls OBS source video render. So render main texture will and that's called in rendered video. Which is called an output frame. But I don't know if that only gets called when I think the mix is always there. It's just either active or not active. So in that case, I think we can just skip the flush. Okay. That was a detour. So diagnostics, where are we? Okay, so then the get width and get height calls. Where are those called? Okay, it gets called before render. So that means we want to just grab the latest buffer. And in that case, okay. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. I think we're getting somewhere. Almost there. Okay, I'm back. So not PB texture assertion 797. The texture is supposed to be freed. Oh, what's going on here? Cursor texture for one. And this is supposed to be supposed to be clearing the buffer when we pop it. So how does that happen? How does that happen? Oh, and then this is actually supposed to be popping the buffer. So, oh, and then we decided to present it on this one. This makes more sense. Call it get buffer. So it's still getting the PB texture. Let's put some logs in here. It's gonna because I forgot to set the busy flag. There we go. So it's still a little weird how it was frame pacing there. So at least this seems to do the right thing. This is weird though. Why is it getting 2 buffers in a row? Oh, the process callback is oh, because in this case the so in this case, it negotiated a frame rate of 10 FPS. And, yeah, I just told it variable, so 10 FPS is right. I think I need to print some timestamps. Is that a thing? think we need to open the door.
I'm a CO2 producer.
Why is good time of day not working? What? Huh? Oh, probably right. That probably. Ooh, that's new. So how's it getting 2 buffers? Sometimes. That doesn't make sense. If it's 10 FPS. So is OBS consuming buffers too quickly? OBS. Where am I? PipeWire. That looks like 10. Oh, wait, hold on. No, that's async, that's fine. Yeah, that's the only place I call it. So, how? Is it find latest buffer? It's probably find latest buffer. Then we probably have an issue with No, actually. It's not dropping buffers. But now it's not doing it. think I just don't have enough buffers in this case. No, that doesn't make sense. Yeah, why is it doing multiple buffers all of a sudden? Just add a lot of buffers and see if it's just that or... No, see, why is it jumping two by two? So now OBS is happy. But the buffers aren't getting back to the client on time. See, sometimes it runs two process callbacks, and then, it gets a bunch in a row. Wait, why is it doing twice now? Huh? Are we like dropping buffers twice or something? Huh. Duplicate invoke. Add item. A10. I think it's because I'm not really using the process callback correctly. Oh, hold on. No, that doesn't make sense. What's log trace FP? Why is that not printing the debug? Why is none of this getting printed? Something's missing here. Oh, is it because this gets locked by PipeWire itself and not the proxy? That would make sense. No, but this is actually an export. It should be in here. Is it because it only locks from the thread? Maybe I just need to lock the thread so it doesn't... Oh, I am locking the thread. I don't get it. Why is it not logging? Like... It does PW log trace. What's the difference between trace and trace FP? Oh, because it's this fast path thing. Okay. It's okay. Yeah, okay, so it's disabled by default. That's annoying. Oh, right, because the jack thing has a weird build-up. Okay, fine. What's the target? That's it. Okay. Okay, there we go. Now it has stuff. Recycle buffer 4, recycle buffer 7. So it pushes 2 buffers per process, but why? Let's look at the beginning, see if this makes sense. Okay. So here it adds the buffers, and then there's no more buffers a few times. It grabs all the buffers and then queues them. So it's sending a few buffers per process callback, but the buffer is still busy, which makes sense because it hasn't been freed yet. And then if it's busy, it puts it back at the queue. Oh, okay. I think I see why this is weird. Buffer 0 is busy, so it puts it back at the end of the queue. I think that's shared memory. And then 2 is busy. It ends up waiting, and then it ends up grabbing 0. So what I don't understand is how we end up grabbing to every process. Okay, I think this, yeah, I think it's because I'm just doing this. I'm not supposed to just grab buffers outside the process callback. Skip buffer. Am I running process twice as fast? That might explain things. Oh, I think it might be the if I disable the timeout, does it just stop or does it actually work? No. Okay, so it doesn't need that trigger process, but somehow it's running. For some reason, it's running the process output twice per process loop. Okay. I think it's probably because I'm abusing the queues outside of process, but I want to understand why this is happening because this is really weird. Process node. Okay, I think I'm gonna DDB this. So there's a do trigger driver, and then there is a process node. Okay. You know?
I need a vacuum.
A vacuum? It's in the bedroom, right? I'm just trying to figure out why one weird thing is happening, and once I figure this out, I think I can end.
Give you a hug. Is
Thank
it
you.
OBS fault?
No, it's this weird PipeWire stuff that I don't understand.
Okay. How about that?
Mm.
You need anything?
No, I'm good. And they're hearing the vacuum. I think I'm gonna mute myself a little bit. Mhm. So wait, flush item does not get called. Oh, is this because SPA is another? Mm. I think I need some kind of plugin path thing. And it probably needs to actually build everything at this point. Okay, so flush item is being called now. Ah, no, this is in process node. A node on FD events. Okay, I think I'm just not supposed to do this. I think this is just not supposed to work like this. Yeah, I think if you queue multiple buffers, it just throws some of them away. It probably needs this flag. Maybe that'll fix it. Ah, that looks better. That looks better. I think that's it. Okay, so then we definitely need to like specify exactly how this works. Yeah, so now it's like a number of buffers ahead. That makes sense. And then, yeah, okay, that makes sense. So then, in that case, what I really want to do is, if the queuing is set to, with queuing, then it's async. Otherwise, I want to use sync and then do some other logic for that. Okay, that makes some sense. That was what I needed. Yeah, I think that's what it was. Yeah, it's the async thing. Okay. And then in this case, so we can't change the behavior between queuing and non-queuing after creating the stream. I should document that. That makes sense. And then, there he goes. And now, oh, that did not quite work. I figured it out.
What did you figure out?
the issue, the weird issue.
What weird issue? Double buffer?
Like there was it was like skipping frames and stuff, and I realized there's a flag I need to set.
Oh, the 10 FPS thing?
No, like it's supposed to be 10 FPS, but I was doing like like not. Yeah.
Apple juice?
Yeah. Config. Hold on, just need this. I think I need more buffers. Yeah, I need some more buffers in that case.
Almost a little more.
Not quite though, it's doing something weird. Oh, and that's it. This is 0, which doesn't work. Ah, because I said it once. Okay, yeah. No, it should work because there's no stream yet. Wait, no, it's not. Still not. Wait, hold on. What? I thought I fixed it, but now I'm not sure if I fixed it. No, I think it's not fixed. Oh no. No, it's not actually fixed. Is it this early process thing? Okay, I think I'm just gonna give up on this. I think I'm just gonna give up on this queuing thing, and just always do synchronous and change the way this works. Okay. I think I'm gonna call it a day, and then go back and next time refactor this to always use synchronous mode anyway. Because that's the safe way to do it anyway. So I don't know. I don't understand PipeWire. It's too complicated.
Me neither.
Okay, thank you everyone for coming. At least we got something working nicely with OBS. So next time I will switch to the synchronous mode and probably drop that buffers call that it's not working. And then make it actually go back to the different use cases with like driver versus non-driver, which is more important actually to get to make work properly, and see how it goes. Thank you everyone for coming. I'll see you all next time. Bye bye. Bye bye. See you all next time.